Here we go, guys. Track is going hot. We got husband and wife here for our first pair. Terry Hoogstens and Sylvia Hoogstens. Terry in the left lane in the 66 Chevy Nova. Sylvia in the 66 Ford Mustang she calls Baby Blue. Terry's Nova in the TCS lane, powered by a 383 Chevy Stroker motor. Sylvia Hoogstens with a 347 Ford Stroker motor.
We have Street Machine.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine B, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Street Machine B, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Tony Caldwell now in the right lane in his 69 Plymouth. 440 powered Barracuda, lined up next to the little Sunbeam Tiger. Tiger goes red at the starting line, but crosses the finish line with a 1281 at 109 miles an hour. Tony in the Plymouth runs a 1358 at 100 miles an hour even. Aiden Ledrette now in the 71 Chevy Malibu in the left lane. He's got some help today from Muffler Tech Auto. Tyler Smith and Eric Hansen. Tyler Smith in the left lane, 1968 Chevy Chevelle. Another 383 stroker powered car, lined up next to Eric's 1970 Plymouth. He's got a 360 Mopar. Power mill under the hood. He's driving with Broadway Ref Pro Mesh. Tyler Smith's with Zapstrap Racing and Gibson Transmissions. Both drivers leaving ahead of schedule. TCS lane, we have Jeff Homan in the long box single cab, 1970 GMC. 350 small block powered truck lined up next to Colleen Davis in her 65 Chevy Nova. That one's got a 454 big block in it. Nova with a nice little hop of the front tire off the ground. Puts down a 1237 at 106 miles an hour. Jeff Homan with a 1272 at a $103. '68 El Camino and a Dodge Demon. Gordon in the left lane from Parkland, Alberta. Bit of wheel spin off the starting line for the Demon. Solid lead for the El Camino, 19 thou up front, 1474 at 91 miles an hour. Demon puts down a 1528 at 94. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine A, come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Street Machine A, lanes 5 and 6, and we should have Street Machine B on your way down here to lanes 3 and 4. That was a plumb crazy run if I've ever seen one. John Sayer in the right lane, 1968 Dodge Dart, puts down a 12:04 at $1:10. Daniel Hawksworth now in the 67 AMC in the TCS lane, lining up next to Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dodge. Daniel goes red, Veronica also goes red, but she is the lesser offender. Got some help today from Lordco Auto Parts. She puts down an 11.98 at $1:08. Daniel Hawksworth in the AMC with an 11.94 at 112 miles an hour. Tidy run for the car in the Lordco lane. Don't have any info yet on that car on the screen in front of me, but he put down a 937 at 144 miles an hour. Bit of a bumpy start, but clean run. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Just wanted to make another call. Looks like our staging lanes are full of Street Machine B right now. We need Street Machine A in lanes 5 and 6, please and thank you. Mustang v Mustang race going on right now. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Classic B. If you're in Street Classic B, come on down to staging lanes number 1 and 2. In case you missed it, Street Classic B, lanes 1 and 2. Attention pits, Street Rod, you're on standby. So Street Classic B, lanes 1 and 2, Street Rod on standby. Manfred Ketterer now, 1970 Plymouth Cuda. Gorgeous looking car in the left lane. Lined up next to Rob Monroe in the 69 Acadian. Manfred Ketterer gets there first, 10:29 at 129 miles an hour. Rob Monroe with a 10:93 at $1:25. Clive McKnight in the left lane. He is here from Kamloops in that 71 Pinto. Small car, big engine, always a winning combination. Gets off the line a little bit cleaner than the GTO also. And he gets there first. Not bad. 10:22, 132 miles an hour. GTO puts down a 10:50 at a $1.27.
Copy that. That will be Street Machine A.
Bob Ricky now in the left lane. In the Valiant. Cool paint job on that car. It's got a white base with a blue pearl shining in the sun. Lined up next to Susan's first gen F-body. 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Susan gets off the line nice and tidy. Bob leaves a little bit ahead of schedule. Susan puts down a 1085 at 130 miles an hour. Bob with a 1084 at a $1.21. Steve Brown now in the green 66 Plymouth in the left lane. 440 Mopar powered car lined up next to John McLean's 1969 Ford Falcon. John McLean leaving ahead of schedule, but he puts down an 11:03 at 120 miles an hour. Steve Brown with an 11:69 at a $1.10. Josh Rumley now in the Barracuda. Burnt orange car in the Lordco lane, lined up next to the little H-body wagon. Nice little wheels up launch by the wagon. Josh Rumley getting off the starting line quicker. 38th thou up front. Gets to the finish line first with a 10:28 at 130 miles an hour. Dean Fuller now in the 1970 Datsun. He's got a 355 Chevy stuffed in the front end of that little car, lined up next to Dennis Winton's Lost in Time 4-door 66 Chevy Bel Air. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine A, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Street Classic B, lanes 1 and 2. That's Street Machine A, lanes 5 and 6. Street Classic B, lanes 1 and 2. Well, the little Datsun, the 1970 Datsun, got there first, and he got there quick. 9:37 at 143 miles an hour. Mal Patterson now in the malfunction car, way ahead, getting there first. 10:36 at 129 miles an hour. He's driving today with Albion Tireland, Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care. Christian Thorstensen in the 1970 Chevelle. Great looking car. We got Barry Patterson in the Lordco lane. 1965 Coronet. Chevelle leaving 33 thou early. Barry Patterson clean off the line. Reaction time started with a 1, but he put down a 9:93 at 136 miles an hour. Christian with an 11:29 at a $1.14. TCS lane, we have Al Prock in that 1970 Plymouth Cuda, lined up next to Dave Carmen in his 69. Oh, I've got Mustang in front of me. Definitely not a Mustang. Dave Carmen, hot off the starting line. 10th thou up front, put down a 10:44 at 128 miles an hour. Al Proc did get there first with a 9:59 at 137 miles an hour. Brad McLeod from Aldergrove. Just backing up to get lined up in the staging beams again. Driving his flashback 1966 Plymouth. Lined up next to Steve Sheffer in the first gen Firebird. First gen and third year of production. 1969 Firebird. Little sleepy at the starting line. Brad McLeod getting there first with a 10:12 at 131 miles an hour. Steve Sheffer stopping the timer 11:26 at $1.17. Now we have Matt Warner in the left lane. This thing's always fun to watch leave. Hangs the hoops every time the lights drop. And Ray Dyrolf in the right lane in his 1970 Nova. Always a wheels up launch for Matt Warner. Hanging the hoops high, 23 thou up front, stopping the timer at 10:58, 123 miles an hour. Weston Glayer now in his Dodge Dart. 493 powered car in the left lane. Rob Hodgson in the right lane in his 67 Plymouth. 440 powered car. Weston a little too anxious to get to that finish line, leaving 27 thou early. Rob Hodgson, 49 thou up front, puts down a 1070 at $1.23. Clean launch for both drivers. Bernie Jansen in the left lane got off the starting line quicker. 0.85 reaction time, stops the timer at 10:41, 128 miles an hour. Alvin Jansen in his 69 Dodge Dart in the right lane put down a 10:03 at 132 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine A and Street Classic B, this is your final call to the staging lanes. Street Machine A, lanes 5 and 6. Street Classic B, lanes 1 and 2. Your final call, come on down. Rod Rimmer went red on that one. Walter Johnson also went red. He actually went red by 3/10,000ths of a second. He had a perfect tree on the wrong side of the starting line by 3/10,000ths. Walter Johnson got there first, 11:20 at $1.17. Brandon Jansen now in the left lane. Maroon colored Chevy 2 lined up next to Jesse Jansen in the right lane. In the 72 Nova, both cars leaving with the wheels up launch. Brandon Jansen and Jesse Jansen. I'm guessing brothers. Brandon gets there first, 10:63 at 123 miles an hour. Left with a clean launch. Jesse Jansen left a little bit early on that run, early by 31 thou off the tree. He put down a 10:66 at a $122. And after Brandon Jansen and Jesse Jansen, we have Ken Jansen in his 1970 CUDA. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Rod, this is your call to the staging lanes. Street Rod to the staging lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw E, you're on standby. Again, that's Street Rod, come on down to staging lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw E, this is your first standby call. Bit of a wild ride for Ken Jansen there. Lots of wheel spin off the starting line, but he hooked up pretty quickly. Hooked up after only about 5 feet of wheel spin. Back end squatted down, lots of traction. 38 thou off the starting line, put down a 924 at 150 miles an hour. And that'll wrap us up for Street Machine B. Moving on to first round of qualifying for Street Machine A. Coming up next. Well, the starting line crew's just going to take a minute. There is a little bit of a problem at the starting line. A little bit of a patch in need. That's what happens when you get thousands and thousands of horsepower running over the track. Sometimes the racetrack doesn't always agree with that. Just a quick little patch, and we're going to be moving on to Street Machine A in a moment. Well, while we're taking a minute here, just an announcement to racers. If you need any good used parts, fan belts, GM Chevy engine parts, carbs, wheels, tires, etc., lots of good older car parts, see Bill Wells and Jim Benke by the men's washroom at the swamp meet. They're down there by the Loafers Beer Garden. Go on down and check it out. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the old time drags out there. Once a year event, always a good time. Wanted to give a shout out to our show sponsors, well, our event sponsors, really. BC Scale, Capit, Fryby Gourmet Foods, the historic Dudney Pub, Lee's Market, SoCal Speed Shop, Torchman Rod and Custom, Johnson Meyer Insurance, Richard Persall, and TCS Products. Just a couple groups, a couple companies who have helped bring all this together so we could have this cool, fun weekend. Almost a full weekend. Kind of hard to believe that the weather is supposed to change tomorrow. If you look up, not a single cloud in the sky. But the interwebs says otherwise. So after today's qualifying, the show will go on Sunday. So coming up on August the 7th, it's Ladies' Night at the Drift and Drag. So if you've never been to a Mission Raceway Park Drift and Drag event, well, over here on the east end at the River Valley Ford drag strip, we have drag cars running the strip all night. And then at the big end of the track, down at the finish line, on the left-hand side of the track, there's a drift event. Pretty cool. So constant drag racing and drifting at the same time. But August 7th is special because it is Ladies' Night Drift and Drag, which means ladies race free. This is in partnership with the West Coast Car Girls Club and Car Girls BC. So if you're a lady, you can take your car down the drag strip absolutely free. Or you could go drifting, if that's what you're into. First pair of cars pulling into the burnout box. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw E and Outlaw N, you are on standby. Standby Outlaw E, standby Outlaw N. Brian Isherwood in the right lane in his freshly painted car, looking fantastic, getting to the finish line first with a 9:54 at 138 miles an hour. John Vandeven in the 68 Pontiac put down a 10:26 at a $1:30. Steve Veach now in the blue Duster in the tower lane, lined up next to Brendan Roos in his 67 Chevy. That's a 406 powered car. Catch 22. He's driving with G&L Electric and One Stop Auto Glass. Steve Veach with an 1120. Getting there first on Brendan Roos's 1044. Warren Jacobson in the left lane. Dan Parsons, Adventure Dan, in the right lane. Warren Jacobson's driving that 67 Chevy 2, 454 powered car. Adventure Dan with Quality Racing in the right lane in his 1970 Duster. Warren Jacobson, tidy launch. 8 thou up front. 008 reaction time. Dan Parsons getting there first, though. 10:59 at 131 miles an hour. And I got to give a quick shout out to Dan Parsons because he has a YouTube channel, Adventure Dan, where he's walked around the pits. He just recently put out an episode all about Junior Dragster. So he goes and interviews the young racers, and it's a good watch. A good watch. That's Adventure Dan, his YouTube channel. Joel Smith now in the 55 Chevy in the left lane. Have no info on the car in the right lane. Falcon, I believe. White Ford leaving ahead of schedule. Joel Smith clean launch, 17 thou up front, puts down a 13:03 at 105 miles an hour. Cool looking wagon in the tower lane. I don't have any info on that car. Right lane is Bruce Bailey's 1950 Chevy torpedo back car. 383 powered car. He got off the line a little bit quicker. Put down a 1428. Wagon with a 1310 at a $102. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw E, come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw E, come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Blue Ford in the left lane, quickest off the line, 85 thou up front. Pickup truck gets it done there, though. Gets there first with 1068 at 125 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Nostalgia, this is your standby call. That's Nostalgia Gas. You're on.
Pro Nostalgia Dragsters.
My mistake. Pro Nostalgia Dragsters. Pro Nostalgia Dragsters, this is your standby call. Dustin Hunter on a rip in the Falcon Fast Ford Falcon. 25 thou up front, putting down a 903 at 149 miles an hour. Dave Bishop in the 64 GTO put down a 1229 at a $114. Jamie Roth in the left lane now. 1964 Comet, 347 stroker powered car. He's driving with Shin Kicker Racing. And in the sweet-looking flamed-out Corvette, that's Ryan Johnson with an 843 at 160 miles an hour on a rip. 43 up front, 43 thou up front for Ryan Johnson. Jamie Roth, 28 thou off the starting line. Will Zorick now in the 1962 Bel Air. Two-door sedan. Lined up next to Norm Fleenor in the 56 Chevy Bel Air. Norm leaving a bit early. 66 thou ahead of schedule. Real Zorick, 58 thou up front, 1123 at 121 miles an hour. Norm in the Tri-5 car put down a 1205 at a $108. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw N, Outlaw Non-Electronics, lanes 3 and 4. That's Outlaw N, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Connor Camp in the tower lane, getting off the starting line pretty tidy there. 15 thou up front. Have no info on the car in the Lordco lane, but he definitely got there first with a 1204 at 110 miles an hour. Connor put down a 1540 at 86. Mark Tynan now in that sweet looking 1948 Dodge Gasser. The straight axle car in the TCS lane lined up next to Pete Conrad's 37 Chevy. Pete's here with Torchman Rod and Custom Club. Bit of a hiccup at the starting line for both drivers. Pete Conrad, the lesser offender, puts down a 1078, 122 miles an hour. Mark Tynan with a 1253 at a $109. Jack Stout now in the 48 Austin A40. Jack Stout had a 40-year hiatus from drag racing, and he's back this season. And I announced his first run Since not drag racing for 40 years, in his very first run, he put down a 006 reaction time off the starting line. Little Austin stops the timer at 12:10, 110 miles an hour. Frank Eckley. Apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. He put down a 13:25 at 97 miles an hour.
Outlaw non-electronics. Outlaw non-electronics. We're looking for you guys into the staging lanes. Outlaw non-electronics. We're looking for you guys into the staging lanes right now. Pro Nostalgia. If you guys want to start making your way to lanes 5 and 6, Pro Nostalgia, if we can get you guys to start making your way to lanes 5 and 6.
Taryn Monroe got there first in that last run. Quickest off the line, too. 20 thou up front, 12:44 at 92 miles an hour. Jerry Barron in the 1938 Pontiac. Green car in the left lane. Larry Rodenizer in the right lane. Nice wheels up launch in that 46 Ford Coupe. Gets off the starting line. 021 reaction time. Stopping the timer at 9:57. 137 miles an hour. Brad Powell in his 67 Chevelle in the right lane. 582 powered car lined up next to the F body. Ted Buss with a nice healthy burnout in his 34 Ford. Flamed out hot rod in the tower lane. Lined up next to Jan Christensen in the Nova. Jan driving with JBS equipment. Ted Buss with Shawnigan Trucking. Couple of green lights for both drivers. Ted Buss, 20 thou up front. Jan Christensen, almost a perfect light. 001 reaction time. Puts down an 882 at 150 miles an hour. Ted Buss in the Ford Hot Rod with a 914 at $141. Shaylin Svetic now in the 1970 front engine dragster. She's got a 406 Chevy power plant thumping away in the open air. She's got a bit of help today from Vancouver Giants, Innovative Manufacturing, Coastal Equipment, and Mackenzie Racing.
Pro Nostalgia Cars, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Nostalgia Cars, that's the Oregon group. We're looking for you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Flatheads, you can make your lanes way to lanes 1 and 2. The flatheads can make their way to lanes 1 and 2. Standby call, Nostalgia Gas. Straight axle.
Shaylin and the front engine dragster leaving a little bit ahead of schedule. Put down an 887 at 148 miles an hour. Pickup truck, 19 thou light. Not bad at all. Put down a 937 at 140 miles an hour. Now we have Steve Thorne for a buy run in his 1964 Plymouth. He's here from Kelowna. He's got a 588 thumping away under that big silver hood scoop.
And a standby call going out to Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call.
I gotta say, there's something special about a hot rod with a blower and dual fours in it. My goodness. Sweet looking machine of Rob Monroe. That's a 1931 Ford Model A with white knuckle racing. Lined up next to Mike McMahon in his 69 Chevy Camaro with Boss Lubricants and Lord Coat. And a crazy looking intake sticking out of the hood of that Camaro. Mike McMahon tidy off the starting line, 51 thou up front, 884 at 151 miles an hour. Rob Monroe in the hot rod did get there first though, 867 at 153.
Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flathead class, we're looking for you into lanes 1 and 2. The flathead class into lanes 1 and 2.
Ryan Isherwood back around again. That beautiful Barracuda sporting its brand new paint job. 1095 at 127 miles an hour, but definitely some issues on his way down the track. Almost sounded like the car did not want to grab the next gear. Well, it looks like this is the only flathead car that we have here so far, but what a sweet looking traditional hot rod. Gotta love the sound of a flathead V8. Pretty aggressive clutch dump off the line, too. Took it like a champ. 11th thou up front. 011 reaction time on that flathead-powered 1927 Ford.
So Nostalgia Gas straight axle cars, you can start making your way to the lanes if you're not already there. Nostalgia Gas straight axle cars, if you can make your way to the staging lanes. Another standby call going out to door slammers.
Copy that.
So, vintage engine fans. The Ford Flathead, which was 1932 until I believe 1953. And the Ford Y block came after the Flathead. So Flathead was a 239 cubic inch engine, and the Ford Y block, which was an overhead cam V8, was also a 239. The Y block came out in 1954. I believe it did come out earlier in the Lincolns also, but Mercury should have had the Y block in 53, but there was a shortage, I believe it was a nickel shortage because of the war that was going on, which delayed production for the Y block motor by a year. Steve Henry pulling into the water box. And Luke Balog in the 34 Ford Coupe. Hemi-powered nitro-burning machine. Steve Henry in the 23 Ford, called the Crazy T, lined up next to Luke's 34 Ford. That car's got a lot of history. That car actually started out life on the dry lakes as a full-fendered flathead powered coupe. And when the strip at Santa Ana opened, Gene Mooneyham would swap the rear gears from the 327s he ran on the lakes for a set of 410 cogs that worked better on the quarter mile. And both those cars haul the mail. Steve Henry got a little loose, started walking a little bit towards the center line, but pulled it back into shape. Put down a 718 at 185 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, door slammers. Your call to the staging lanes. Lanes 5 and 6, 5 and 6, overflow 3 and 4. 5 and 6 for door slammers, overflow 3 and 4.
So that 417 Chrysler Hemi-powered hot rod, the 34 Ford Coupe, put down an 803 at $169. Man, Mark Pruitt in the right lane with that big old burnout in his 32 Bantam. Dave Wooten in the left lane in the 41 Willys. The purple Willys with a 515 Chevy power plant in it. The 32 Bantam in the right lane with a Chevy 406 out in the open air. Mark Pruitt calls that car the Blind Squirrel. And he wanted to say thanks to KP Industrial and Pruitt Brothers Racing. Nice, tidy run. Mark Pruitt in the right lane got there first. 752 at $180. David Wooten got off the line quicker. 57 thou up front, put down a 796 at 137 miles an hour. Firing up another pair of front engine dragsters now. Mark Tabert in the left lane. He's here from Oregon in the white front engine dragster. Bob Roode in the right lane in the 48 front engine dragster. He's here from Linden, Washington. Well, looks like a bit of a problem with Bob Roode's car in the right lane, so we're going to get him out of their car real quick so he could jump over the wall. So Mark Tabert in the left lane can still make a pass. All right, Bob Roode's car is off the track. We got Mark Tabert fired up his front engine dragster. He's gonna make a pass now. He was offered up another burnout, but he said, nope, tires are sticky, let's do this. Well, they changed their mind about the burnout. Backed it up. Got a little bit more smoke off those tires. Nice, fresh, clean surface of rubber. And a clean run. Reaction time started with a 1, but he put down a 698 at 192 miles an hour. Solid run for Mark Tabbert. Well, looking out the window in the tower here, I see a whole lot of straight axles. We got some gassers coming up next. El Chupacabra.
So, Canada West Door Slammers, you guys should be in the lanes 5 and 6, overflow 3 and 4. 5 and 6, overflow 3 and 4 for the Door Slammers.
El Chupacabra, Polara Pat, the 1964 Dodge wagon powered by a 512 Mopar. See those collectors sticking down underneath the fenders? That is a sweet looking hot rod. In the right lane, Gary and Katie's Perfect Storm. Sweet little patina looking car. Little Anglia, Patina Anglia. I'm a guy who loves patina. It's my daughter's middle name. And what a launch. Massive wheels up launch from the Chupacabra. Little Anglia putting down a 1071 at 122 miles an hour. The 64 Dodge wagon with an 1125 at a $121 and a heck of a launch. Polara Pat with Wagons of Steel North. Well, that's a sweet looking 57. Something about a Tri-5 car sitting up on a straight axle. Carl Jameson owns that car with Reform School, and he's lined up next to Trevor Crawford in the 63 Acadian in the right lane. Trevor Crawford with Hillborn Mechanical. Big old pipe organ sticking out of his hood. Crawford leaving 2,000 early, getting there with a 993 at a $133. Carl Jameson, a clean leave. Reaction time starting with a 1, put down an 1137 at 117 miles an hour. Mike Mahoney now in the 38 Plymouth in the tower lane. And another Tri-5 gasser. That one's a 1955 driven by Randy Couric. He's here from Sicamous, BC. Mike Mahoney's here from Concrete, Washington. And that's a burnout. Nice smoky burnout by Terry Denome from Nanaimo, BC in his 57 Ford. Sedan delivery in the right lane. Lined up next to Jody Wilson in the 55 Chevy sedan. 427 powered car in the left lane. And that 55 Chevy, the past two gassers that we've seen were raised up with factory quarter panels. That 55 Chevy, the quarter panels were radiused to fit those big old meats underneath them. Jody Wilson now in the left lane. Sorry, that was Jody Wilson. Put down a 1079 at 121 miles an hour. Cool looking Lexan air scoop on that Falcon in the tower lane. Sean Brown in the right lane from University, Washington, his 51 Chevy coupe. Big wheel hop wobble. And he kept it straight. And that is an example of what can happen with a straight axle car with kingpin style steering. So with a straight axle car with kingpin style steering, you really kind of have to saw at the wheel just to keep it going in a straight line. And every now and then those tires grip just wrong, and you get what happened right there, which is the death wobble. Slowly slowed down until the car sorted itself out. Rolled across the finish line with a 2120 at 71 miles an hour once he had that car figured out, but I'm sure that was a bit of a rough ride. Well, that was it for the gassers for now. Love a gasser stance. Love a straight axle car. We got door cars coming up next. Door slammers, first round of qualifying. Well, the track crew just giving the track a real quick drag, making sure we have the perfect track conditions for these door slammer cars. Well, one thing I like to do since I've become an announcer here at Mission Raceway is on this day. So on this day, in 1981, July 31st, 1981, the final Chevrolet Corvette rolled off the assembly line in St. Louis, Missouri, ending a production run that lasted nearly 28 years and produced more than 1.5 million Corvettes. Beginning in 1984, Corvette production moved to Bowling Green, Kentucky, where every Corvette has been built ever since. And here's a pretty cool one. The first LA Roadster Show. On this day in 1960, the legendary Los Angeles Roadsters held their first Roadster Show at the Hollywood Bowl parking lot. Just 70 cars showed up, but that event would grow into one of the most prestigious hot rod shows in the world. Well, between the tower and the first bleachers, there's two Ford pickup trucks parked there. Wanted to give a quick shout out to River Valley Ford, the title sponsor of our drag strip here at Mission Raceway. Mission's only Ford dealership serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location. It's a single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters, sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long. First pair of door slammers pulling up to the staging beams now. Jay Siverston, the left lane, the 2000 Dodge. Lined up next to Paul Debris in his 66 Valiant with Straight Line Race Cars and Shawnigan Trucking. Dodge truck has a 665. Paul Debris in the Valiant with a 565 big block Chevy, and he was anxious to get to that finish line. He left way ahead of schedule. Jay Siverson, 93 thou up front. 111 60-foot time, puts down a 779 at 169 miles an hour. Paul Debris in the Valiant with an 846 at a $159. Shane Ledger now in the 67 Nova. Just a small little burnout for the Chevy 2. Get those tires nice and clean. Pretty cool, the red roll cage you can see through the windows of that black car. He's lined up next to James Kennedy in the 2004 Pontiac. James Kennedy driving with Big Barry and Ken's Specialty Automotive. .696 at 196 miles an hour for James Kennedy in the 04 Pontiac. Shane Ledger in the Nova with an 861 at $1.55. Also worth noting, James Kennedy got off the line with 14 thou. That's 0.15 reaction time on that run. Poe Freeborn now in the Fastback GT500. The 67 Shelby with Comox Valley Excavating on the door in the tower lane, lined up next to Paul Stretch's 2002 Cavalier. Paul Stretch with mid-island engines. He's got a 638 under the hood of that J-body. Little reset on the tree for these two island guys. Poe Freeborn's here from Courtney. Paul Stretch is here from Duncan. Well, Paul Stretch moving a little bit too far forward. His car was fully staged before Poe Freeborn could get pre-staged. So now Paul Stretch is pre-staged. So now he's going to wait until Poe Freeborn creeps into the beams before lighting up the 4 bulbs. Both cars fully staged, green lights all around. Paul Stretch, 11th thou up front. Poe Freeborn, 13th thou up front. Great launches from both drivers. Poe Freeborn puts down a 717 at 190 miles an hour. Paul Stretch, off his starting line rip, definitely had some sort of issues going on. Coasted across the finish line at 72 miles an hour. Ray Rusciani in the left lane, 1966 Chevy 2, 632 powered car. He's driving with Dexy Paz. And he wants to say thanks to Bob Love and Mark Shupner. He's lined up next to Mike Kenworthy in the 92 Firebird, 588 Ritchie engine under the hood of that car. He's with Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart. Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart, rather. He's here from Arlington. Ray Rusciani's here from Kelowna. Ray Rusciani going red. Mike Kenworthy getting off the starting line. 005 reaction time. Stopping the timer at 8:26 at 164 miles an hour. Ray Rusciani went red. Clean run nonetheless. 8:25 at $1.63. Otto Schulte now in the flamed out blue Cavalier in the tower lane. He's here with Georgia Straight Collision. And Lordco, and he's lined up next to Terry Langdon in the 41 Willys with Ken's Specialty Automotive. Clean launch for both drivers. Otto Schulte, quickest off the line, 003 reaction time, stopping the timer 7:57, 181 miles an hour. Terry Langdon with a 878 at $1.48. Attention in the pits, attention spectators in the pits. Front row near the 8th mile, pit number 73. Go on down there and get some Krispy Kreme donuts. 20 bucks for glazed and 25 for assorted. They take cash, tap, or e-transfer. So that's pit number 73. If you're in the mood for some Krispy Kreme donuts, not often we get those all the way out here in Mission. 20 bucks for glazed, 25 bucks assorted for donuts. Right around the 8th mile, head on down there. Mark Thompson in the 54 Stewed, getting off the line, 13th thou up front. Craig Fredrickson drives around and puts down a 7:17 at 192 miles an hour. Studebaker running a 7:56 at $1.81. We got Jordan Almas from Enderby in the 69 Barracuda, 540 Mopar powered car. Beautiful pearly tangerine paint job on that car. He's driving with Driven Paving next to Andy Hatton in the Grinch Machine, the 1969 Camaro. 588 big block Chevy powered car. Andy Hatton gets off the line nice and tidy. Jordan Almas lighting up the cherry on that run, leaving 1 thou ahead of schedule. He ran an 8:43 at 164 miles an hour. Andy Hatton with an 8:31 at $1.61. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine C, come on down to the staging lanes. Street Machine C, come on down to the staging lanes. Street Machine B and A, you guys will be coming up next, so you guys are on standby. Street Machine C, come on down to the staging lanes. B and A on standby. Mike Bedsworth now in the 96 Olds Cutlass. That's the car in the tower lane. Left factory front wheel drive definitely is no longer. 632 powered car lined up next to Rod Leclerc's 67 Camaro in the right lane. Rod Leclerc here from Victoria, driving with Ken Specialty. And he wants to say thanks to Andy, Joe, and Brenda Leclerc and Tommy Coakley. $201 miles an hour for Rod Leclerc in the 67 Camaro. 17th thou off the starting line, puts down a 681 at 201. Mike Bedsworth in the Olds leaving ahead of schedule. Stops the timer at 7:13 at 191 miles an hour. Ken Christensen in the right lane, Roger Winter in the left lane. Roger Winter getting off the starting line a little bit quicker and getting to the end of the racetrack quicker also. 8:17, 162 miles an hour. Roger Winter representing Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals in that 51 Willys, or 41 Willys. Brian Ritchie now, 1968 Chevelle in the left lane, lined up next to Scott Robinson in his 94 Beretta. Brian Ritchie, of course, racing with Ritchie Racing Engines. Scott Robinson with STR Racing, Rad Torque, Postma Farms, Lordco, Outlaw Customs, JS Speed Shop, and thanks to Derek Shirk. Scott Robinson, 18th thou up front, getting to the finish line first, 783 at 175 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie with an 800 at a $154. All right, I'm back. I had a dead microphone there for a minute, so I don't know how long I was talking to myself, but here we are. Zach Joyce now in the Austin in the left lane. I have no information about the GTO judge in the right lane. But that's a pretty wild looking machine, I gotta say. We got a crash on the 8th mile. Everybody stay back. Everybody stay back and let the track staff do their job. Safety crew are on their way to the car right now. All right, well, this is a risk of drag racing. Not what we want to happen, obviously, but it does happen. So if everybody could please stay back and keep clear any roads, any areas, the safety crew are on it. Just give the track staff some space, please. So again, we just want everybody to stay back and let the professionals do their job. Well, at the end of the track, we see the forklift moving out to pick the car up. All the track staff is on the track right now, going to get all the debris cleared off and any fluids. So it's going to be a little bit of a break before we get back to drag racing. So I'm going to drop some two-step trivia, some technical mind blowers for you guys. This one's called fuel power. A single top fuel dragster engine produces as much horsepower as the first 8 rows of a NASCAR starting grid. G-force reality. At the starting line, a top fuel dragster driver will hit 5 Gs, or 5 times the force of Earth's gravity, pushed back into the driver's seat. And after they cross the finish line, when those parachutes hit, a driver feels about 5 times the force of gravity thrown forwards. That is more deceleration than a fighter pilot landing on an aircraft carrier. Let's talk fuel consumption. Top fuel drag cars don't just burn fuel, they practically inhale it. A top fueler consumes 4 to 5 gallons of nitromethane in a single quarter-mile pass, which is basically like a garden hose full of fuel. What about tire life? Pro-level rear tires, slicks, are lucky to last 2 miles. Compare that to your street car's 60,000 mile warranty. 2 miles out of a pair of tires. How about that? Here's a cool one for you guys. Air intake. A Pro stock engine sucks in more air per minute than it takes to inflate the Goodyear blimp. How about some drag racing history facts? The first official race, while kids were racing on dry lake beds in the 1930s, the first commercial drag race didn't happen until June 19th, 1950, at an airport runway in Santa Ana, California. Why the quarter-mile choice? Well, we raced 1,320 feet because early racers used the quarter mile because it was roughly the length of a standard city block. How about the Christmas tree? Before the lights, we had flagmen. They were replaced because drivers were too good at reading the flagman's body language to get a head start. So the introduction of the Christmas tree was in 1963. So we know drag racing was around for decades and decades and decades, but it took until 1992 for a car to finally break the 300 mile per hour barrier. Kenny Bernstein was the first to do it, forever cementing his name in the history books. Well, while the track staff is hard at work down there, I just wanted to thank all the spectators for coming out and joining us here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway. Sure, everybody's having a good time out there. Quick reminder, if you guys are hungry, it's 6:51 p.m. If you're hungry, you haven't had dinner yet, well, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Get yourself something yummy. They got hot dogs, burgers, onion rings, fries. Their chicken strips and fries are fantastic. My personal favorite. Would highly recommend chicken strips and fries with honey mustard sauce. So yeah, thanks for joining us at Mission Raceway. But this track here that we're all enjoying today is not the first Mission Raceway, as many of you know. Here's a little Mission Raceway history for you, starting with the early years, which is 1952 to 1965. Before the current facility existed, the BC Custom Car Association, the BCCCA, one of Canada's oldest hot rod clubs, hosted races on unused runways at the Abbotsford Airport from 1952 to 57. The club spent the late 50s banking every dollar from car shows to fund a permanent home. In comes the original Mission Raceway, 1965 to 1978. The first official Mission Raceway opened on August 26, 1965. Initially, the track lacked bleachers and even guardrails, but it quickly became an NHRA-sanctioned powerhouse. In fact, in July 1970, a world record of 212.76 mile per hour was set in the funny car class by Art Whipple and Ed McCulloch. Then came the closure. In 1978, the District of Mission closed the track to establish an industrial park, starting a dark era for local racing that lasted over a decade. And now, the new Mission Raceway Park, which we all know and love today, 1992 until July 31st, 2026, and onwards. After 14 years of legal battles, land swaps, and a BC Supreme Court victory, the facility reopened at its current location on March 14th, 1992. I was 4 years old on March 14th, 1992. Over 5,000 spectators attended the first practice session. It is a multi-sport venue. While famous for its quarter-mile drag strip, the park added a 9-turn road course and a motocross track. And the road course and the motocross track, of course, is still here. Home to many races down past the finish line there, the motorcourse track. And something that they didn't do in 1992 or 2002, actually a more recent thing, is the drifting. Like what's happening on August 7th for the Ladies' Night Drift and Drag. Ladies race and drift for free if you're interested in coming out to that, in partnership with West Coast Car Girls Club and Car Girls BC. So yeah, since its rebirth, this track has won the NHRA Division 6 Track of the Year award numerous times, including 5 consecutive years from 94 until 1998. And because we're at sea level, I'm sure we've all noticed the Fraser River behind us here. It has good air. The air is denser, providing more oxygen for engines and allowing for faster times than almost anywhere else in the Pacific Northwest. So 1965 to 1978, and now here we are, 1992 to present day. Pretty cool. Thanks to all the spectators who are out here supporting our racetrack. I'm going to give my voice for a little break for a couple minutes, so I will be back shortly. Just a quick reminder, there is Krispy Kreme donuts available. Pit number 73 by the 8th mile. $20 for a box of original glazed, $25 for a box of assorted Krispy Kreme donuts. Pretty rare to have Krispy Kreme donuts in Mission. Long way away from Scott Road. I mentioned earlier, August 7th for the Ladies' Night Drift and Drag. That is for the Mopac Friday Night Street Legals. There's actually 3 happening in August. August 7th, August 14th, and August 28th. Title sponsor Mopac for our Friday Night Street Legals. Mopac has been a Canada's go-to high-performance part supplier since 1973. With 2 superstore locations today, Langley and Edmonton, after more than 50 years in the game. They're known for carrying 200-plus product lines from major performance brands, making them a huge name for racers, hot rodders, muscle cars, and street machines. From dyno tuning and power testing to the parts that make the difference on race day, Mopac Auto Supply in Langley has been fueling Western Canada's performance scene since 1973, and they're right here, backing Friday Night Street Legal Racing. We had a pretty fun weekend. On July 25th, it was the Black Bandit West Coast Diesel Day. All diesels, all day at the drag strip. Even motorhomes were racing down our drag strip at that event. It was pretty fun. There was semi-trucks, a lot of really quick diesel trucks too. Slicks on all 4 corners. Even a 8x8 Tatra. A 1983 Tatra 8 wheels, 8-wheel drive, absolutely massive unit. And our timing system actually timed out. I think it was about 27 seconds to the 8th mile. And we did not register a time for the Tatra at the quarter mile because as high as our timing system goes is 32 seconds. That's the slowest that you can run and register a time, and the Tatra timed out. It's also pretty cool after that event wrapped up. They had a 60-foot by 200-foot swing pit or burnout pad, and there was a lot of diesel trucks and cool cars out there swinging around, cooking the tires off. It was a neat event. The next big event that's coming to the racetrack, feature event, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Wheel standers, jet cars. Absolutely awesome time. That's on August 20th to the 23rd. So mark it on your calendar, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, August 20th to the 23rd. Going to be a heck of a good time. So again, there is Krispy Kreme donuts down at the 8th mile. But if you don't have a sweet tooth, head on over to the Half Track Snack Shack. The fries are fantastic here. The chicken strips are phenomenal. My personal favorite. But they got burgers, onion rings, corn dogs, hot dogs, you name it. And across the courtyard from the Half Track Snack Shack, of course, is our pro shop. Go over there, get yourself some apparel, some merch. Not sure if they've sold out of last year's merch, but I remember it was half price. So there might be a few t-shirts or something left. So yeah, lots of cool stuff in the pro shop. Cold drinks also. Stickers, model cars, apparel. Wanted to give a shout out to our neighbors down the street, Lep Farmer Market. Lep Farm Market is a family-owned farm market in Abbotsford, BC, known for bringing fresh, locally grown produce straight from the Fraser Valley. It features a full market experience with fresh fruit and vegetables, local meats, bakery items, deli products, and prepared foods. From the heart of Abbotsford's farming country, Lep Farm Market brings the best of the Fraser Valley to your table. Fresh local produce, quality meats, and farm-to-table goodness grown and made right here at home. Another little announcement to the racers here. While we're in a little bit of downtime here, why not do some shopping? Down at the swap meet, if you need fan belts, GM, Chevy engine parts, carbs, wheels, and tires, good used parts. There's lots of good older parts. See Bill Wells and Jim Benke. Got a little swap meet going on by the Loafers Beer Garden. Attention, Bo, please return the gator to the top end of the track. Attention, Bo, please return the gator to the top end of the track. Thank you.
Apologies for the late update. Realize we didn't give an update on the driver condition. Mike is okay. He exited the car under his own power. Safety checked him out, and everything's okay. We are still in cleanup mode. Unfortunately, quite a bit of fluid on the track, so we will be down for a little bit still. Thank you for hanging with us, and we will give an update when we are closer to getting back to racing.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. Shouldn't be too much longer now. As the sun is getting lower in the sky, I see a very large shady patch in the grandstands on the tower side. Everybody out there keeping cool, and if you're not keeping cool, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack or the Pro Shop. Get yourself something cold to drink. Or the beer gardens. Loafers Car Club Beer Gardens down by the 8th Mile. Well, folks, we're down to just the tractors on the track, which is a good sign. Got the sweeper out and the dragger out. So just a few more minutes of final prep work. Make sure we have optimal track conditions for our door cars. Staging lanes is still full of door cars waiting to run. Shouldn't be too much longer. Well, we've been down for a little over an hour now. Just wanted to thank all the spectators. I see the bleachers next to the tower here. Still quite full of people. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Just doing the final details on the track, the final once over. Tractors are parked. We're going to have some cars running here pretty quickly. Just wanted to put it out there. If you look in the pits, the closest light pole to the tower, that's DRI Racing's HQ for the weekend. That's their headquarters, and they are selling T-shirts. So if you want to go by, talk to the racer, check out the car, maybe even sit in the car. I've heard that might be a possibility. But they got T-shirts for sale down there. Go on over there and check them out. Well, once again, thanks for hanging in there, guys. We do appreciate it. Here's some fun classic car facts for you guys. Brought to you by Slickworks YouTube channel. The Volkswagen Beetle, the earlier Volkswagen Beetle, used the spare tire to spray washer fluid. One of the weirdest factory features ever. Classic VW Beetles used air pressure from the spare tire to power the windshield washers. So if you cleaned your windshield too much, your spare tire could go flat. I like the older air-cooled stuff. Volkswagen Beetle, a long-running body from 1939 until 2003. They continued building them with more modern-looking fenders on them. Down in Mexico up until 2003. Here's a fun one for you. Chrysler once put a record player in the dash. The Highway Hi-Fi let you play vinyl records in the car. On paper, it was genius. On real roads, every pothole became a DJ scratch. The Citroën DS. You may know the little French car, Citroën, used one hydraulic system for basically everything. Suspension, steering, clutch, transmission, and brakes were all tied into one high-pressure hydraulic brain. Amazing when it worked, terrified when one leak decided your whole car was cooked. Here's a fun one for you. The first speeding ticket ever was for 8 miles an hour. Back in 1896, a guy named Walter Arnold got nailed for doing 8 miles per hour in a 2 miles per hour zone. We don't have any steam cars racing on our track today. But there was once a time when steam cars once beat gas cars. The Stanley Motor Carriage Company built steam-powered cars that were seriously fast for their time. One even set a land speed record over 127 miles per hour in 1906. Some early cars came with built-in picnic sets. Luxury touring cars in the 30s and 40s sometimes had factory picnic kits, glasses, and fold-out trays. And we don't have any running today, but during the Mopac Friday night street legals, we often get a lot of front-wheel drive cars coming out here. High-revving Hondas and Toyotas and that sort of thing. Front-wheel drive cars is something that you kind of think of as a more modern drivetrain. Front-wheel drive fun fact, the Cord L29 was front-wheel drive way back in 1929. A massive American luxury car using front-wheel drive before most people had radios in their cars, insanely ahead of time. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Rad Torque Systems, a Canadian company founded in 1994 and headquartered in Abbotsford, BC. They design and manufacture high-performance torque wrenches and bolting systems, especially the battery, pneumatic, and electronic rad guns used in heavy-duty industries. Built right here in the Fraser Valley, Rad Torque Systems has become a global name in precision torque tools, keeping everything from race wheels and heavy haulers to mining gear and aerospace hardware tightened to exact spec. Well, the Langley Loafers. This event, this weekend's title sponsor. One of the oldest and most respected hot rod clubs in BC. And they've played a huge role in the province's drag racing and hot rod culture. I've got some highlights from their history here for you. They were founded in 1957 by a group of young hot rod enthusiasts in Langley, BC. They began as friends who shared a passion for modifying and racing cars, meeting in local parking lots before becoming an organized club. They are considered one of Canada's longest-running hot rod clubs, with several founding members remaining involved over the decades. In 1988, the club launched the first BC old-time drags. The event has grown into one of Western Canada's premier nostalgia drag racing weekends, attracting thousands of racers and spectators every year. The Loafers have always believed in giving back. Proceeds from the BC Old Time Drags have funded automotive scholarships for Langley High School students, support for high school drag racing programs at Mission Raceway and other BC tracks, donations to local food banks and the Salvation Army, medical equipment for Langley Memorial Hospital. Club is also a major supporter of preserving BC's automotive heritage and helped organize the historic Hot Rod Reunion of British Columbia, celebrating the history of hot rodding alongside other legendary clubs like the BC Custom Car Association and the BC Hot Rod Association. Well, I hear fire in the pipes. Couple drag cars are fired up and pulling into the burnout box. We are racing, ladies and gentlemen. Getting us going here again is Chad Edwin from Poco in the 1983 S10 in the right lane. Chad Edwin with Boulder Excavating and Comox Valley Excavating lined up next to Lane Woolley out of Langley in his 1970 Dodge in the tower lane. Clean launch for both drivers. Couple of green lights, and that S10 is hauling the mail. 785 at 176 miles an hour. He was quickest off the line too, 89 thou up front. Lane Woolley's reaction time started with a 1. He put down a 920 at a $1:48. Henry Zacharias now in the C1 in the tower lane. 1953 Corvette with Zacharias Investing Limited. Jason Field in the 71 Chevelle in the right lane. He's got a bit of help today from Ritchie Racing Engines, TK Performance, Green Light Auto Financing, On Tap Racing 71, and Scotty Details. Both cars pre-staged for our final pass. Door Slammers qualifying round 1. Leaving with a couple of green lights. Lord Colane with a quicker reaction time. 28 thou up front. 8:36 out back at $1:10. In the tower lane, Henry Zacharias put down a 773 at 159 miles an hour. Aiden Ledrette now in the 71. Chevy Chevelle in the left lane. Tyler Smith in the 68 in the right lane. Tyler Smith in his 68 Chevelle. He's got some help from Zap Strap Racing, Gibson Transmission. Aiden Ledrette driving with Muffler Tech Auto. Tyler Smith getting there first, 11:61 at $1:16. Quicker off the starting line too, 33 thou up front. Aiden Ledrette, reaction time started with a 1. He put down an 11:72 at 114 miles an hour.
You're welcome.
1970 GMC single cab long box in the tower lane, driven by Jeff Homan. 350 powered car, lined up next to the green Torino, I believe. Torino leaving a little bit ahead of schedule. Jeff Homan, clean launch off the line, 10 thou reaction time. Stopping the timer at the big end with a 12:73, 104 miles an hour. Torino running a 1680 at 63 miles an hour. Had to coast across the finish line that one, with that run. Something happened. Sylvia Hoogston's driving Baby Blue, the 1966 notchback Ford in the tower lane, 347 powered car, lined up next to John Sayer in his 1968 Dodge. Sylvia Hoogston's quicker off the line. And I see brake lights at the end of the track. Something may have gone on with Baby Blue in that run. John Sayer putting down an 1196 at 111 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine B, come on down to the staging lanes. Street Machine B, come on down to the staging lanes, as well as Street Machine A. So Street Machine B, come on down. Street Machine A, come on down. Street Classic B. So Street Machine B, we're putting you in lanes 3 and 4. Street Machine A, lanes 5 and 6. So Street Machine B and A, come on down to the staging lanes, please. B in 3 and 4, A in 5 and 6. G. Van Brar in the 67 C10 going a little bit red on that one. Sunbeam Tiger getting off the launch nice and clean. 34th thou up front. Puts down a 13-13 at 105 miles an hour. Terry Hoogston's now in the left lane, the 1966 Chevy Nova. Lined up next to Tony Caldwell in the 69 Plymouth. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Classic B. Street Classic B, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. That's Street Classic B, come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Street Machine B, 3 and 4. And Street Machine A, 5 and 6. Terry Hoogston's in that last run, put down an 11.93 at 114 miles an hour. We have Eric Hansen now in the left lane going red. Veronica Hodgson with a clean leave at the starting line in the right lane. Veronica Hodgson stopping the timer first in her Poly Gold 1969 Dodge. 11.94 at 109 miles an hour. Gordon Matajewski, 1968 El Camino in the right lane, lined up next to Colleen Davis in her 65 Chevy Nova. Tidy launch for Colleen Davis. Clean off the line, 14th thou up front, stopping the timer 12.78 at $1.06. Gordon in the El Camino putting down a 14.75 at 89 miles an hour. Cassidy Langley now in the left lane. She's here from Linden, Washington. 1969 Mustang Mach 1 428 powered car. Lined up next to Jordan Braun in his 67 Plymouth 440 Mopar powered car. Both drivers leaving ahead of schedule. Jordan Braun, the lesser offender. He makes it down the track in 12.72 at 105 miles an hour. 11.48 at 116 miles an hour for Cassidy. And definitely the only one that we're going to see racing today, a 1967 AMC, powered by a 351 Ford in the Tower Lane. Bit of a rough start for the Demon. 2:47 60-foot time for the Demon. 170 for the AMC, which stopped the timer at 11:41, 117 miles an hour. Sean Langley in the 428 car. Lot of wheel spin in the right lane. And he is pulling off. Sean Langley in the Mustang, 86 out front, 11.57 out back, 115 miles an hour. Healthy burnout for Brady Peterson. 1966 Ford Fairlane. Cleveland powered car. He's here from Souk. And across the finish line, 11:62 at 117 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for qualifying round 2 for Street Machine C. First pair, qualifying round 2, Street Machine B coming at ya. Mal Patterson in the tower lane. 1968 Acadian, the malfunction car. He's got some help today from Albion Tireland, Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care. Rob Monroe in the right lane in the 1969 Acadian. 427 powered car with Winter Harbor Marine Horizon paint, Gibson's transmission, and SD Performance. Rob Monroe, hotter off the starting line, 39 thou up front. Puts down a 1040 at 127 miles an hour. Mal Patterson with a 1032 at $130. Brad McLeod in the flashback car in the tower lane. 1966 Plymouth, lined up next to the 72 Chevelle of Walter Johnson. Walter leaving ahead of schedule by 7 thou. Brad McLeod, clean launch, little sleepy at the starting line, gets to the end of the track first with a 1017 at 131 miles an hour. Walter Johnson putting down an 1112 at $119. Cool looking flamed out GTO in the Lordco lane. 68 Pontiac Firebird in the tower lane. Couple of green lights at the starting line. GTO gets there first, 1031 at $128. Jesse Jansen in the right lane in the 72 Nova. Maurice Blendham in the 68 Chevy Nova in the tower lane. Maurice Blendham with a much cleaner launch up front gets to the end of the racetrack first two. 28 thou off the starting line, 1054 at 127 miles an hour. Jesse Jansen in the right lane putting down a 1058 at $124. 4 bulbs lit. And only 1 green light. Bob Rickey leaving a little early on that run. Lighting up the Lord Collane's wind light, 10:05 at 132 miles an hour. Dave Carmen in the left lane. Bernie Jansen in the right lane. Dave Carmen, 003 off the tree. Solid reaction time. Getting to the finish line first with a 10:11 at 131 miles an hour. Thou up front for the pickup truck, 1085 with a 5, and the H-body wagon runs a 1085 with a 6. John McLean now in the tower lane. In the hoodless 1969 Ford Falcon. 363 powered car lined up next to Steve Brown's 66 Plymouth. Steve's got a 440 Mopar powerhouse thumping away under that hood scoop. And he just pushed the front tires through the stage beam and red lit. John McLean with a fantastic launch. 003 up front, 1102 out back. 120 miles an hour. Steve Brown putting down a 1201 at a $111. Al Prock now in the 70 Plymouth Cuda. Lined up next to the 1965 Chevy of Brandon Jansen. Clean lead for Al Prock. 13 thou up front, 960 out back at 137. Brandon Jansen with a 1060 at a $124. Alvin Jansen now in the 69 Dart in the right lane. I have no info on the white Ford in the left lane. Barry getting there first in the white Ford, 928, 127 miles an hour. Alvin Jansen, clean run also, besides leaving little early. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Rod and Outlaw. Outlaw E and Outlaw N, you are on standby. That's Street Rod and Outlaws, you are on standby. Clive McKnight in the Hawkeye Pinto. Big tires and a short wheelbase, and he leaves a little bit ahead of schedule. 21 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of the starting line. But he gets to the end of the racetrack quickest, 10:13 at 133 miles an hour. Of course, today is just qualifying, so it doesn't really matter who lights up the win light. Ray Dyrolf out of Roberts Creek in the 1970 Nova in the left lane. Got some help today from Western Craft Racing. In the right lane, we have Rod Rimmer. Goes red by 9 thou. Ray puts down an 11:11. Make a wish, 119 miles an hour. Rod Rimmer with a 12:33 at a $1.06. Doug Rumley now in the Barracuda in the left lane. Manfred Ketterer in the 70 Cuda in the right lane. Manfred Ketterer leaving 43 thou ahead of schedule. Puts down a 10:00 at 133 miles an hour. Doug Rumley, 10:38. Couple of first-gen F-bodies now. First year of the Chevy Camaro in the left lane. Second year of the Pontiac Firebird in the right lane. Catch 22 car in the tower lane. Driving with G&L Electric and One Stop Auto Glass. John Vandeven in the right lane. Brendan Roos in the left lane. Vanderven going red by 17. Brandon Clean, 36 thou launch at the starting line. Crosses the finish line, 10:25, 129 miles an hour. John Vandeven putting down a 10:09 at a $1.29 also. Warren Jacobson now in the 67 Chevy 2 in the tower lane. Lined up next to Jeff Alder, 1927 Ford Model T. Both of these cars are powered by a 454. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Rod, this is your call to the staging lanes. Street Rod, come on down to the staging lanes. Outlaw E, Outlaw N, and Flathead, you are on standby. That's Street Rod, come on down. Outlaws and Flathead on standby. Jeff Alder lighting up the win light on that one. 10:16, 125 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson put down a 10:59 at a $1.39. Ryan Isherwood now in the 67 Plymouth in the left lane. Beautiful, freshly painted car. Powered by a 457 Chrysler. He's with DRI Racing, Color Compass Corporation, Isherwood Body and Fender, Dixon and Fraser Auto Repair. Dan Parsons in the right lane. Adventure Dan in his 1970 Duster. Quality racing car. And Dan Parsons just launched 8 thou off the starting line. 008 reaction time for Dan Parsons. Isherwood getting there first, though. 929 at 140 miles an hour. And yeah, we just saw Ryan Isherwood run. He's driving with DRI Racing. Just a reminder, DRI is selling t-shirts. The first light pole closest to the tower in the pits, you could find some DRI shirts. Go on down there and check them out. Connor Camp leaving a bit early in that run. In his 64 Ford. Beautiful blue pickup truck getting down there in 11.75 seconds. Quarter mile ET. 114 miles an hour. Connor Camp put down a 15.52 at 86. Vic Senra now in the right lane, 1956 Ford F100. It's a 427 powered truck. Another beautiful truck. I always love when you can see the bars coming out the back of the cab. And this car in the tower lane, I don't even know what that is. Cool looking car though. Gotta be rare, whatever it is. F100 lighting up the cherry, leaving ahead of schedule. Orange and white car puts down a 13.10 at $1.02. Bruce Bailey now in the 1950 Chevy. Beautiful torpedo back car. And I have no info for the Ford on the right, but I believe that's a 56. Couple of sweet looking machines. Blue and white Ford leaving ahead of schedule. Stops the timer 11:14, 119 miles an hour. Bruce Bailey in the 50 Chev put down a 13.98 at 98 miles an hour. Couple of Tri-5 cars in front of me now. 55 Chevy Bel Air in the left lane, 56 Chevy in the right lane. '56 Chevy, one of the coolest fuel filler locations of any classic car, in my opinion. Hiding behind one of the taillights. Joel Smith in the left lane in the 55, 17 Thou up front. 56 is getting to the end of the racetrack first, though. 12.09 at $1.10. Joel Smith putting down a 12.95 at $1.06. Dave Bishop now out of Chilliwack, BC in the 1964 Pontiac GTO. Beautiful looking car in the tower lane. It's a 455 powered car lined up next to Jamie Roth in his 64 Comet with Shin Kicker Racing. Jamie Roth with a tidy lunch, and he is hauling the mail. $9.99 at $1.34. Got off the starting line at 27th thou. Dave Bishop puts down at 12.23 at 115 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Electronics, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw Non-Electronics, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Again, that's Outlaw E to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw N, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Flathead, you are still on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So Flathead is on standby. We need Nostalgia Gas on standby also. And Door Slammers, you are also on standby. So we're looking for Outlaw E to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw N to lanes 3 and 4. Flathead, Nostalgia Gas, and Door Slammers, you are on standby. Pete Conrad in the 37 Chevy in the left lane, with Torchman Rod and Custom Club lined up next to Jerry Barron in the 38 Pontiac in the right lane. Pete Conrad leaving a little early. Jerry Barron, 48 thou up front, stopping the timer on his side of the track, 14:11 and 97 miles an hour. Pete Conrad putting down a 10.85 at $1.22. We got Frank in the Primer Gray 36 Chevy in the left lane. Mark Tynan in the 48 Dodge in the right lane. Hesitant launch for both drivers. Mark Tynan getting there first, 12:02, 103 miles an hour. Frank putting down a 13.63 at $1.01. We got Larry Rodenizer in the 46 Ford Coupe in the left lane. Cool looking black hot rod in the right lane. Larry stopping the timer at 978, 138 miles an hour. Little black car putting down a 1277 at 100 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe now in the left lane, the 1940 Ford pickup. Jack Stout in the right lane, 1948 Austin A40. Jack Stout leaving early, getting there in a 1209, 111 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe putting down an 1199 at a $113. Ryan Isherwood with the solo run. 12 thou off the starting line. Puts down a 942 at a $140. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Nostalgic Gas, come on down to the staging lanes. Nostalgic Gas, come on down to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So we're looking for Nostalgic Gas and Pro Nostalgia. Nostalgic Gas and Pro Nostalgia, come on down to the staging lanes, please. That was Mike McMahon in the 69 Camaro with Boss Lubricants and Lordco. Stopping the timer, 8:72 at 152 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flathead, come on down. So Flathead, Nostalgic Gas, and Pro Nostalgia, come on down to the staging lanes. Blair Criddle and Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe stopping the timer first. 8:66, 154 miles an hour. Blair Criddle, hot off the starting line, 62 thou up front, puts down a 9:36 at a $1.09. We got Bill Bolt in the right lane in his 69 Camaro. 601 powered car lined up next to Brad Powell in his 67 Chevelle. Couple of green lights off the starting line. Brad Powell with a fantastic launch, almost a perfect light. 002 reaction time, stopping the timer, 8:38 at 156 miles an hour. Bill Bolt in his 69 Camaro put down a 8:77 at a $1.51. Also a clean launch for him. 45 thou up front. Now we have Jan Christensen in the left lane in the 67 Chevy Nova. Steve Thorne in his 64 Plymouth in the right lane. .86 cubic inches separate these two cars. The Chevy Nova in the left lane with a 502, the 64 Plymouth with a 588. Both cars leaving ahead of schedule. Couple of red lights. Steve Thorne getting there first. 8:64, 155 miles an hour. Jan Christensen putting down a 8:67 at a $1.53. Ted Buss in the black hot rod with the orange seaweed flames. Jordy Tabert in the right lane in his 51 GMC pickup. Jordy going red by 17 thou. Ted Buss green light by 17 thou. Solid reaction time for Ted Buss. Stopping the timer, 9:06, 143 miles an hour. Jordy in the GMC put down a 9:29 at a $1.42. Shaylin Svetic now for a buy run in our 1970 front engine dragster, powered by a Chevy 406. She's got some help today from the Vancouver Giants, Innovative Manufacturing, Coastal Equipment, and Mackenzie Racing.
Red safety lights are not on.
Clean off the line for Shaylin Svedek. In her front engine dragster, clean off the starting line, put down an 887 at 148 miles an hour. Keith Winterbottom now for a bye run in his 1968 Camaro. He's driving with Rags to Riches Top Shop and Lordco Auto Parts. Winterbottom stopping the timer with an 889 at 150 miles an hour. And back to the gassers. First pair of gassers, Trevor Crawford in the left lane. In his 1963 Acadian, driving with Hillborn Mechanical. Lined up next to Mike Mahoney in the right lane in the 38 Plymouth. Mike Mahoney's here from Concrete, Washington. You'll never guess what that town is famous for. couple of green lights at the starting line. And that 63 Acadian was on a rip. 996, 133 miles an hour. Mike Mahoney putting down an 1158 at a $1.12. David Francisco now from Arlington, Washington in the 1950 Chevy Coupe. Lined up next to Carl Jamieson in his 57 Chevy in the right lane. And the Reform School 57 Chevy gets off the line with a quicker reaction time and gets to the end of the racetrack first also. 1185 at 99 miles an hour. David Francisco putting down a 1217 at a $1.06. Polara Pat in his 1964 Dodge Wagon. 512 Mopar powered car called El Chupacabra 2. Driving with Wagons of Steel North, lined up next to Randy Couric from Sicamous in his 55 Chevy Bel Air. Tidy launch for both drivers. Try 5 car, 20 thou up front. Stops the timer at 1064, 125 miles an hour. Polara Pat putting down a 1082 at a $1.22. Terry Denome in the sedan delivery, 57 Ford. He's driving with Canadian Hot Rods Magazine, defending Gasser Get Down champ from 2024, and he puts down a 1040 at 131 miles an hour. And the little prefect had to get pushed off the track. Bit of a water leak under the front end of the car. The Prefect Storm car. Cool little British Ford, rocking some beautiful looking patina. I said, as a custom painter, I hope they never paint that car. Sean Brown now in his 51 Chevy Coupe. 468 big block powered car. And the last run that he had with the Kingpin style steering that these straight axle cars have, he got a bit of crazy wheel wobble going on. So hopefully that 51 Chevy Coupe will behave itself. Sean Brown in the right lane, the 51 Chevy. Jason Clement in the left lane in his 61 Ford Falcon. Solid run for both cars. The 51 Chevy definitely behaved itself in that pass, and Sean Brown put down a 10.00 at 126 miles an hour. Clean launch for Sean Brown also. 20 thou up front. Jason Clement in the 61 Ford Falcon put down a 10.28 at 132 miles an hour. Solid bit of racing. Solid night here at the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. Always an awesome event. Evening's getting a little bit cooler out there. The plus side of having it nighttime is you get to see the fire come out of the pipes. Gotta love that. Track crew just giving the track a quick sweep and a quick drag. And then we'll get back to drag racing very shortly. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Door slammers, come on down to staging lanes 3 and 4. And we'll do overflow into 5 and 6. So door slammers, this is your call. Come on down to the staging lanes, number 3 and 4. Overflow, we're putting in 5 and 6. And after door slammers, we'll have Street Machine CBA. So you guys are on first standby. Here we go, guys. Under the bridge, some pro nostalgia, sweet looking drag cars. Luke Belogue and David Wooten. David in the left lane in the 41 Willys. Purple car powered by a 515 Chevy. Luke in the right lane in the famous 34 Ford Coupe, the 554 car, powered by a 417 Chrysler. Nitro burning machine. And I mentioned earlier that 34 Ford started out life on the dry lakes as a full fendered flathead powered coupe. Turned flathead powered drag racer. Swapped out the 327 gears, threw in some 410 cogs, and apparently when it had a flathead, it ran as fast as 120 miles an hour on the strip. Now with its nitro Hemi engine, clearly a lot faster than that. Man. What a beautiful noise that thing makes. 869, 126 miles an hour. I think David's 41 Willys had a bit of trouble staging there. I'm not sure if he rolled through the staging beams before he had a chance to stage. We got no info from that run. Luke Belogue in the 554 34 Ford Coupe. Clean launch off the line, 56 thou up front. Couple of vintage front engine dragsters pulling into the burnout box. Mark Tabbert in the right lane from Oregon. Scotty Ewing from Redmond, Washington in the left lane. In his 1968 Jim Davies front engine dragster powered by a 374 Dart block. Mark Tabbert with the cleaner launch, and he gets there first. 696, 195 miles an hour. Scotty Ewing putting down an 852 at $1.65. We're moving on to 2 single funny car runs now. Dan Harder, 1970 Camaro funny car body with Harder and Sons Incorporated. 521 cubic inch powered V8 thumping away in front of him. And this car is called Heartbreaker 4. Just a bad looking unit pulling up to the staging beams right now. Pre-stage bulbs lit up. Fully staged. Stopping the timer with a 740, 177 miles an hour. And now we got Nostalgia Funny Car Round 2. Barry Wine. C3 Corvette bodied funny car in the Tower Lane. such a cool car. That's Daniel Rodrigue. 1978 Corvette bodied funny car powered by a 540 cubic inch V8 Hemi. .682 at 194 miles an hour.
Copy that. Ready, go on. Something flew off of that last car that just went by.
All right, we got a heads-up race with a couple of flatties. Lee Grant in the left lane, 29 Ford with LG Speed and Custom. Brian Betts in the right lane, 32 Ford Sedan, 86 A Flathead powered hot rod. Both these cars with a clean launch and both across the line. Lee Grant stopping the timer first at the 8th mile with 985 at 67 miles an hour. Brian Betts putting down a 1290 at 51. Joseph Collin now in the tower lane from Rimbey, Alberta, and his 1927 Ford Model A hot rod. Clean launch for that old girl. 45 thou up front, stopping the 8th mile timer. 11:32 at 60 miles an hour. Not too bad. Not too bad for a car that's almost 100 years old. And that was our last flathead pass for qualifying round 2 in this cycle. So now we're moving on to qualifying round 2 for door slammers. James Kennedy now in the 2004 Pontiac in the Tower Lane. He's got some help today from Big Barry and Ken's Specialty Automotive. Jay Siverston in the right lane in his 2000 Dodge Dakota. James Kennedy getting there first. 692, 195 miles an hour. Jay Siverston putting down a 776 at a $1.73. Andy Hatton is 69 Camaro. Cleaner launch off the line, 43 thou up front, stopping the timer, 8:30, 160 miles an hour. Poe Freeborn now in the 67 Shelby GT 500 in the Tower Lane. Poe's driving with Comox Valley Excavating, lined up next to Otto Schulte in his 2005 Cavalier. Otto's got a lot of help today. Georgia Straight Collision, Hearing Life, Lordco, Odlum Brown, Associated Tire. And he wants to give a special thanks to Brian Ritchie for the engine repair prior to today's race. Clean launch for both drivers. Very similar reaction time too. Poe Freeborn getting there first. 711, 191. Otto Schulte putting down 752 at a $1.80. Jason Field now in the left lane, the 71 Chevelle, driving with Green Light Auto Financing. So of course under the car he's got some green lights. Right lane, Scott Robinson in the 94 Beretta. Fire shooting out of those headers is something else. Jason Field putting down 709, 189 miles an hour. Scott Robinson, 780 at a $1.75. Jordan Almas now in his 1969 Barracuda. Driving with Driven Paving. It's got a 540 Mopar block under that hood. He's lined up next to Lane Woolley in the right lane in his 1970 Dodge, powered by a 526. Couple of green lights. Jordan quick off the starting line. 30 thou up front, putting down an 823, 162 miles an hour. Lane Woolley with an 837 at a $1.64. Paul Debris, Shawnigan Lake, BC, in his 1966 Valiant. He's driving with Straight Line Race Cars and Shawnigan Trucking. We got Howie Winklehorst in his 55 Chevy Bel Air in the burnout box right now. Seems to be having a little bit of trouble getting those back tires spinning. Well, something's going on with Howie's Tri-5 car. Paul Debris is going to be going for a solo run in his Valiant. Clean launch, 13th thou up front, getting to the finish line, stopping the timer at 8:40, 159 miles an hour. Black and green Mean Machine in the Tower Lane, 1967 Chevy Nova, driven by Craig Fredrickson. He's here from Duncan, lined up next to Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson in the 54 Studebaker with Marvel Racing. Mark Thompson leaving 26th thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Craig Fredrickson, clean launch, 23th thou up front, 7:13, 191 miles an hour. Thompson putting down a 7:56 at a $1.74. Now we have Terry Langdon from Yarrow, just down the road with Ken Specialty Automotive in the 41 Willys in the Tower side. Chad Edwin in the right lane in his 1983 S10. Chad Edwin here from Poco, driving with Boulder Excavating and Comox Valley Excavating. S10 quicker off the line and gets the finish line first. 7:75, 176 miles an hour. Solid run for Chad Edwin. Terry Langdon putting down an 8:88 at 143.
Attention in the pits. Hey, Street Machine C, lanes 1 and 2. Street Machine C, lanes 1 and 2. If you can start making your way.
Ken Christensen now for a solo run in the left lane, driving his 72 Chevy pickup. .29 thou up front, and he stops the timer at 8:29, 160 miles an hour. And for another buy run, we have Zach Joyce in his 1948 Austin. Zach Joyce in the Austin in the tower lane. Rob Monroe in the right lane. 1953 Corvette with Zacharias Investing Limited. Monroe getting there first. 768, 159 miles an hour. Zach Joyce, little quicker off the launch. Puts down an 817 at 158 miles an hour. Another solo run coming up. Rod Leclerc in his 67 Camaro. Here from Victoria. Another Ken specialty car. And he wants to say thanks to Andy, Joe, and Brenda Leclerc and Tommy Coakley. Reaction time at the starting line, putting down a 680, 200 miles an hour. Gotta love that. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street Machine B, come on down to staging lanes 3 and 4. Street Machine B, come on down to staging lanes 3 and 4. Street Machine A, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Street Machine B, come on down to 3 and 4. Street Machine A to 5 and 6. Tyler Smith with the best time on that run, 11:83 at 97 miles an hour. David Lieb in the Dodge Demon in the Tower Lane. That's a 1972. He's here from Blind Bay. Lined up next to Aiden Ledrette in his 71 Chevy in the right lane. Aiden Ledrette today driving with Muffler Tech Auto. Pretty quick off the line, too. David Lieb in the 72 Dodge, smoke in the right rear tire. Aiden Ledrette, 29 up front, putting down an 1171 at 114 miles an hour. G. Van Brar in the left lane, driving the Patina Chaotic Custom 67 Chevy C10. Lined up next to Jordan Braun. He's here from Vernon. Brought his 1967 Plymouth down. Four bulbs lit and a couple of green lights. G. Van Brar getting to the end of the track first. 12:19, 110 miles an hour. And we got a husband and wife pair here. Sylvia Hoogston's in the left lane, driving her 66 Ford she likes to call Baby Blue. 347 stroker-powered car lined up next to her husband, Terry Hoogston's stroker Chevy-powered 1966 Chevy 2. Terry Hoogston's with a tidy launch, 16th thou up front, and he gets there first, 1193, 114. Sylvia Hoogston's with 1206 at $110. Brady Peterson now, 1966 Ford Fairlane Cleveland powered car in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Colleen Davis's 454 Chevy powered 65 Chevy Nova. Brady Peterson stopping the timer at 1173 at 101. Colleen Davis with a 1280 at 103. Sean Langley and Cassidy Langley now in their pair of Mustangs. Both cars 69. Both cars 428 powered. We got a his and hers Mustang pair up. Cassidy quicker off the launch. And quicker to the end of the racetrack also. 11:51 with a 7 and a 9 for Cassidy Langley. Sean Langley runs an 11:51 with a 7 and a 4. 11:517 on both sides of the racetrack. John Sayer now for a solo run in his 68 Dodge Dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Classic B, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Street Classic B, come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Stand by Street Rod, Outlaw E, and Outlaw N. So Street Classics B, come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Street Rod, Outlaws, you're on standby. Mal Patterson in the malfunction car. 1968 Acadian. Lined up next to the 65 Mustang fastback of Will Friesen. 289 powered car in the right lane. Mal Patterson hanging the hoops off the starting line, getting to the end of the racetrack first. 10:34, 129 miles an hour. Will Friesen putting down an 11:92 at 100 miles an hour. Brandon Jensen now on the left side. Keith Pedersen in the right side. Keith Pedersen going red. Brandon Jansen, solid launch. 12th thou up front, putting down a 1060 at 124 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Rod, it is your time to come on down to the staging lanes. Street Rod, we're putting you in lanes 3 and 4. So we should have Street Classic B on your way down to lanes 1 and 2. Street Rod, lanes 3 and 4. Outlaws, you are on standby. Standby, Outlaws. It's going to be probably a pretty short standby. Christian Thorstenson, 1970 Chevy Chevelle, 496 powered car in the left lane. Rob Monroe in the right lane in the 1969 Acadian. Rob Monroe driving today with Winter Harbor Marine, Horizon Paint, Gibson's Transmissions, and SD Performance. Rob Monroe getting there first. Both cars leaving early. Rob Monroe going red by only 7 thou. Puts down a 1042, 127 miles an hour. 1120 at a $121 for Christian. Steve Brown now in the 66 Plymouth in the left lane. Chris Moretto in the 72 Chevy Vega in the right lane. Solid wheels up launch for the H-body wagon. 29 thou up front, stopping the timer 1094 at 120 miles an hour. And now we have a Falcon v. Falcon race. John versus John. John McLean in the left lane in his 1969 Ford Falcon from Nanaimo. John McCartney in the right lane in his 67 Falcon, powered by an Aussie 391. Clean launch for McCartney. 85 thou up front. And he stops the timer first too, 10:94 at 120 miles an hour. John McLean with an 11:11, Make-A-Wish, 117 miles an hour. Dean Fuller now in the 1970 Datsun in the left lane. He's got a 355 Chevy shoehorned into the front end of that thing. Lined up next to Brad McLeod in the flashback 66 Plymouth in the right lane. Tidy launch for Dean. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine A, this is your final call. Final call, Street Machine A for lanes 5 and 6. Street Classic B, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. And Street Rod, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. If you're not down here, come on down here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. One more call, Outlaw E. We're putting you guys in 5 and 6. We are ready for you now. Outlaw E, come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Ray Dyrolf now in the 1970 Nova in the left lane. Manfred Ketterer in the 1970 Plymouth Cuda in the right lane. Ray Dyroff, little sleepy at the starting line. Manfred Ketterer, clean launch, 38 thou up front, stops the timer 10:24, 129 miles an hour. Ray Dyroff, 11:07 at $1.18. Jeff Alder now in the 27 Ford Model T. 454 powered hot rod in the tower lane, powered by Ford, powered by a Chevy. Lined up next to Warren Jacobson in his 1967 Chevy 2, also 454 powered. Jeff Alder getting there first, 10:15, 125 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson had the tidier launch, though, 10 thou up front, put down at 10:34 at $1.40. Bruce Bailey now in the 1950 Chevy, the torpedo back car in the tower lane, lined up next to Colin Moore's 63 Fairlane. 302 powered unit in the Lordco lane. Couple of green lights. Bruce Bailey with a much better reaction time. 008 up front. And that's how you do a burnout, folks. Bruce Bailey put down 14:17 at 92 miles an hour. Colin Moore stopped the timer 14:16 at 96 miles an hour. Andy Fisher and Dave Bishop. Andy Fisher in the 1960 Chevy pickup truck in the left lane. Dave Bishop in the 64 Pontiac GTO 455 Pontiac powered car. Bit of a hiccup at the starting line there. Ryan Johnson in the C2 Corvette in the tower lane. Dustin Hunter in the 64 Falcon in the right lane. Tidy launch for both drivers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw E, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw E, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. So, pits, we are looking for attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So, Outlaw E, you should be making your way down to 5 and 6 if you are not already here. Outlaw N, come on down. We're putting you in lane 3 and 4. Flathead, you're in lane 1. So that's Outlaw E, 5 and 6. You should be here. Outlaw N, lanes 3 and 4. And Flathead, you are in lane 1. Nostalgia Gas, stand by. You'll be our last qualifying round of the night. Larry Rodenizer in the left lane from Gibson's, BC in his 1946 Ford Coupe. Lined up next to Frank Eckley from Salmon Arm in his 36 Chevy in the right lane. Solid launch for Larry in the yellow car. He gets down there first, 9:53, 138 miles an hour. Frank in the primer Chevy with a 13:04 at a $1:01. Do we know who that guy is in the right lane? Don Vikers in the right lane in the 39 Willys. 355 powered little car there. Lined up next to Jerry Barron in his 38 Pontiac. 350 powered car. Well, despite the engine problems that was going on with that car, definitely heard it breaking up a bit. Stopped the timer at 1374, 96 miles an hour. Jerry Barron in the 38 Pontiac with a 1414 at 97 miles an hour. Brad Powell in the 67 Chevelle in the left lane. Lined up next to Jordy Tabbert in the right lane. In his 51 GMC pickup. 598 bow tie block. 582 for Brad Powell. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flatheads, come on down to lane number 1. Flathead, come on down to staging lane number 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia Gassers. Gassers, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. In case you missed it, Nostalgia Gassers, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. That's Nostalgia Straight Axle Gassers. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. We got Mike McMahon backing up his first gen F-body. 69 Camaro driving with Boss Lubricants and Lordco lined up next to the 31 Ford Hot Rod of Rob Monroe with White Knuckle Racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flatheads and Gassers. Flatheads and Straight Axle Gassers, this is your final call. We are wrapping up our evening. So Flatheads, final call, staging lane 1. Gassers, Straight Axle cars, staging lanes 3 and 4. This is your final call. Rob Monroe clean off the starting line, 87th thou up front, putting down a 863 at 154 miles an hour. Mike McMahon goes red, puts down a 874 at 151 miles an hour. The margin between those two cars at the end of the racetrack was 6 thousandths of a second. And for their last run of the night, the Flathead cars. Just a few traditional hot rods. Lee Grant in the 29 in the left lane with LG Speed and Custom. Brian Betts in the 32 Ford two-door sedan in the right lane. Lee Grant with the cleaner launch. And across the stripe, stopping the timer, 10:20 at 66 miles an hour. Not bad at all. 12:48 at 52 miles an hour for Brian Betts. And Joseph Collin to wrap us up for the Flatheads for the evening. 99-year-old car, 1927 Ford, powered by a 239 Flathead.
Looks like you got 3 straight axles. Round call, straight axles.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, straight axle. This is it. We are wrapping up the evening. You're the last cars to run. If you're in a straight axle gasser, come on down to the staging lanes. Across the finish line, 11:17, 59 miles an hour. Attention pits, attention pits. The window for staging your car is now shut. Staging lanes are closed for the evening. Polara Pat now in El Chupacabra 2. Sweet looking 64 Dodge. Keep an eye on those front tires, 'cause they're about to be sky high. Lined up next to Jason Clement in his 61 Ford Falcon. Polara Pat 051 off the starting line, but it is Jason Clement who gets there quickest. 10:31, 131 miles an hour. Polara Pat 1086 at $121. And to finish us off, we have Sean Brown and his 1951 Chevy Coupe. .468 big block Chevy powered car, and he's got a case of the shakes again. Front wheels death wobbling for the second time today.
Safety.
Well, that's a wrap for our racing. The track is going cold. Special thanks to the spectators who are still stuck around.